Alright, hello everybody! Hi Base, dog running around Hush House playing Bork of Hours. There is currently a dog in Hush House. Right. As usual, let's get right into it. So yeah, I don't know exactly how chill this stream's gonna be, but broadly speaking, I have a, What's on the liberal agenda today? Well, this is very likely going to be either the last or second last stream of the year, because I'm not going to be doing much over, like, the next week or so of the 25th. I might be able to squeeze something in between Christmas and New Year's, but that's not a guarantee. And yeah, like, this is just gonna kind of be a low-key chatty stream. But I'm still gonna try to do stuff. Let's see, where did we leave off last time? Memory Intuition? Sand Stories? Blazerian Lightsmithing? So one of the big things is that we're aiming for... We decided last time that we're aiming for two specific endings. One of those we will get first, and then reload, and it's going to be the standard ending, one of our, one of the ones that came with the base game. And then we're going to keep playing and fuck around while getting the significantly more complicated House of Light ending. Now, the idea behind the baseline ending that we're getting is that we are going to be using the Numen of the Return of the Carapace Cross. Basically, right now, the cross is gone forever. We're going to try to fix that. And my feeling is that the best way to do this is via the Principle of Heart. Because back into balance, 5 heart, 5 sky, 5 winter. That means that effectively we can use any of those aspects to write the history, and the ending will be very slightly different. I'm going with the heart path. Just realized the box of chocolates I got has a dice in it, and I think I might have been flirted with. Oh, nice! Right. Those are some skills and things to work on, because to get heart, first off, we need the right ink. In our case, we want Orpiment Exultant. Now, luckily, we already do have that. So that's step 1. But we are also going to need a number of other things. Basically, here's the way this works. Let's go ahead and read our Numen. That was in this vault. while we're at it, why don't we go ahead and start opening boxes here? A treasure stored by a musician's spy. How was the rest of Honest Day? Honestly, it kind of just started a little while ago. I did a little bit of shopping, just groceries. And I still need to work out something for dinner. I've got an idea for just, there's a place that I like their salads, so I'm probably gonna grab one of those off of DoorDash or something. Just due to timing constraints and the fact that I'm basically nocturnal, I tend to use DoorDash on days that I'm streaming. But other than that, mainly I'm just recovering after the last 2 days where I had to get some blood work done for a annual physical checkup, and it turns out that I was somewhat dehydrated when I went down to the lab at the local hospital. Which was a surprise to me because I drink a ton of water. But possibly due to some weird thing that's always happened with me, I tend to get dehydrated at night. Apparently. Possibly due to some weird thing that's always happened with me. Possibly due to the fact that, estrogen can work as a diuretic, I think. I have been more dehydrated than usual lately, and, that apparently prevented them from actually pulling any blood out of me. So I had to drink tons of water, come back the next day, and then get jabbed again. So I've now been, in both arms twice in 2 days, had blood taken, or attempted to be taken. And honestly, I haven't gotten much else done because, damn. I also, over a little bit of yesterday, doctors just want that blood, man. I've been, a friend of mine is potentially running a tabletop RPG called Perfect Draw, which is basically anime Yu-Gi-Oh! Tabletop RPG. Now, I'm not a big Yu-Gi-Oh! Person, but I do like the idea of being a character in a card battler. So I spent a good amount of last night putting together some of the basics of a character and designing a deck. It is a bunch of snakes that debuff the shit out of opponents and make their own boss monster stronger by, like, effectively attacking in a swarm. How much anime inflection do you plan on doing? It might actually not be all that appropriate for my character, is the thing. At least not at first. The character I'm going with is a character that's sort of like, and I want to credit IttyBlipBot for introducing me to these reference characters for what I wanted to do. The playbook type of character that I'm running from Perfect Draw is referred to as the Rogue. And they're like a more skilled... They're like an alternative to the Kaiba sort of character as a main rival. Instead of being rich, affluent, and arrogant, the Rogue is a, like, no-nonsense, skilled character that usually has a tragic backstory. So... No, yeah, no, that might happen later in the character storyline, but for the time being, I'm gonna be playing it up more as, like, one of the more low-key, serious villain characters, almost. Not exactly a villain character, but definitely a rival character. If you've ever watched, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, it would be a character somewhat like Aki, or more accurately, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, a character like Kite Tenjo. I don't know if anyone, like... anyone here knows who those characters are. And I still have some research to do. It may be that these characters do have anime inflection, and I am... This is going to make me sound like a complete dork, but Blippi gave me some reference material, and I am going to start watching from episode 13 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, specifically because that's the first episode where Kite appears, and I want to study him so that I can write my own character somewhat based on him. But yeah, the actual deck I'm using is there's a real Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck that is snake-based, called Venoms. Actually, there's several snake-based decks. Venoms, Reptilians. Venoms are more about, like, actual snakes, whereas Reptilians are various snake women. But the thing is, that unfortunately neither of them are actually any good in the real card game, because apparently Konami has a bias against reptile monsters. None of them are good, unfortunately. So right now, I do have a real-life Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck that is theoretically a Venoms deck, but it's not actually playing Venoms. It's, I call it... So the boss monster of Venoms is Venominaga, which is a really complicated monster to summon in Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, I'm sorry, this is gonna be... I'm gonna get talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I want to make it clear, I've never really... I watched Duel Monsters a bit, I never finished it, and I've now watched a bit of GX with Blippi. I was never super into the anime, and also, I was never super into the card game either. I've always been more of a Magic person. But I find Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of fascinating in a lot of ways, and part of that is because I watched a lot of, stumbled across a YouTuber, Rada, or Rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh!, who is extremely, extremely good. I've been watching Rada's content for years. And for a while, that was really my only exposure to the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, which I found very interesting. Especially the focusing on, like, the lesser known or, like, just straight up bad card archetypes. The fundamental problem with Venoms is that their main base of cards doesn't really do anything useful, aside from debuff the shit out of the opponent in a way that is very easily worked around and is extremely slow. And then the way that they have to summon their boss monster, Venominaga, is impressively convoluted. Basically, you start with a second boss monster, Venomenon, the king of poisonous snakes, who you have to spend a bunch of resources to get out there. He's like, I think he's a 2 tribute monster. Possibly a 1 tribute, but either way, like, even if he's a 1 tribute monster, that means that you have to put down a card, and then, on one turn, have that card survive to the end of the turn, and then tribute that card to normal summon Venomenon on turn 2. And once you have Venomenon out, also he can't be, you can't cheat him into play through any effect of an effect monster. He can't be special summoned that way. Once you've got him out, he has to be killed in a way other than by battling him. And you have to have a specific trap card on the field, Rise of the Snake Deity. If Venomenon is killed while Rise of the Snake Deity is on the field, and it's not the same turn that you put down Rise of the Snake Deity, because generally traps can't be triggered on the same turn they're played. So, like, your best play here is put down Rise of the Snake Deity on turn 1, as well as a tribute monster. then bring out Phenomenon turn 2, then have Phenomenon killed in some way other than battle, which normally you're gonna have to blow him up yourself, which means you have to spend resources on doing that. Then you flip Rise of the Snake Deity, and finally you can summon Venominaga from your hand or deck. And also, none of this can be negated or the entire process fails. Now, once you have Venominaga, she's pretty busted. She gets stronger for every reptile monster in your graveyard, which is extremely easy to do in reptiles because of a card called Snake Rain that just moves 4 reptiles from your deck to the graveyard. And then... Actually, you know what? Give me a second. I just realized it would be way, way easier to explain this if I, give me just a moment. There's a good scan. Unfortunately, there's no Scryfall for Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I know of. Sorry, hiccuped. So, I don't really have a great image of the card. But, oh, hold on, this might be it. Oh, apology. Oh, God damn it. Okay. And now I can... Section... Ding blong. Sorry. It's probably still going to be hard to read, but don't worry, I'll do it for you. There we go. This is the card. So, basically, heck. Venominaga, Deity of Poisonous Snakes, can't be normal summoned or set, must first be special summoned with Rise of the Snake Deity, and can't be special summoned by other ways except its own effect. Which, that's just the thing to bring it back from the graveyard, so it doesn't help actually summoning it for the first time. You still have to go through the entire rigmarole. Rigmarole. Gains 500 attack for each reptile in the graveyard. This card cannot be targeted by and is unaffected by all other card effects, basically. Effect monsters and spell and trap effects, which is every single type of effect in the game. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can banish one other reptile monster from your graveyard, special summon it. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, place 1 Hyper Venom counter on it. And when 3 Hyper Venom counters are on this card, you win the duel. So this is incredibly powerful. Not necessarily due to its automatic win condition. That's kind of a, like, cherry on top overkill kind of thing. But the fact that it can't be targeted by and is unaffected by all card effects, that is actually very, very rare to see in Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Because normally, things that aren't allowed to be hit by effects Um, they just say you can't be targeted by effects. And there is such a thing as effects that don't target. Stuff like Dark Hole, which just hits all monsters on the field. You know, board wipes. But to say that a card is unaffected by all other cards means it's even immune to non-targeting board wipes, which is pretty insane. There's basically no way to kill this thing except in battle. And if you do kill it in battle, its player can just bring it right back by banishing a reptile from the graveyard, which, I remind you, you have Snake Rain, which puts 4 of those in the graveyard, and you get 3 of them because Snake Rain has never been limited because reptiles tend to be bad. So, yes, this is absolutely something that's worth using if you can find a way to consistently get it out. The problem is consistently getting it out. Because, as I mentioned, the way that you have to summon this thing via the Rise of the Snake Deity trap is, it's slow, easily disruptible, and incredibly difficult to pull off in a timely fashion. To the point that, like, basically, to quote Rada, I think actually about this very card, when 3 Hyper Venom counters are on this card, you win the duel. And before you get those counters, you lose the duel. But, yeah. So I play a deck that I lovingly call Venomanaga Turbo, which uses a bunch of silly tricks in order to cheat out Venomanaga. Basically, the combination of the card Trap Tracks, which allows me to destroy a monster, then grab a trap from my deck and immediately activate it straight from the deck, which does allow me to reactively use Rise of the Snake Deity. And then multiple just ways of getting around the Tribute Summon for Venomenon. Notably, Venomenon's effect only says he can't be summoned by effect monsters, so if there's a spell card that can special summon a reptile, there is Ogdoadic Water Lily. Or if there's a way to get him onto the field without actually summoning him, like the effect of Therian Empress Elasia, which equips a reptile monster in the graveyard to itself as effectively as armor, which means that Venomenon is technically on the field and is still destroyed because the only thing that his card says is that he can't be destroyed by battle. There's a number of ways to do it. They are all very convoluted, but I enjoy that kind of convoluted bullshit. That said, I do wish that I could play a more traditional reptile deck that was actually good. So in Perfect Draw, which I did in fact end up making effectively the same deck for, I changed some things up to make the Venomanaga equivalent a little bit less powerful, but a little bit more consistent to pull out. And built the rest of the archetype around the assumption that Venomanaga is your main win condition. Also, since it's my own version of the deck, I renamed Venomanaga to Ophidian Avatar Anantashesha. Anywho. That is enough ranting about Yu-Gi-Oh! For now. But yes, it's something I've been very excited about recently, and I can't wait for that game. Right. I've been saying that peak. Thank you. Well, while we wait for that Newman to go, I'm also going to open up this records box. Let's use our Faust, I guess. We also have some things over here. What was I gonna use these on? Right, Inks of Revelation. Okay. I'm gonna use the sand stories on Inks of Revelation. And as for the Glazerian lightsmithing, um... probably on purifications and exaltations. So let's get that set up. We have one more freebie over here, where we can use our Shell-Crossed Whist. And grab a copy of Key of Night. Then we have to actually spend some stuff. I will spend Fet. Or no, not Fet. Arab. To go ahead and grab a Revelation from Letters to My Successor. And then also... we'll read Bancroft Diaries using Shapt. And that should get us everything we need. In the meantime, we are pretty much wrapping up winter. Pilgrim over here. Tristan Sea Stories. Can I just say I love this guy? What a dude. He's a little friend, yeah. Helen Hollow here. Use health on this one. Liminal meter. And also, of course, though it's less important now that we've finished up with the house, go ahead and get us some money for buying food for potential things in the future. Ah, right. I do remember we were crafting a wind in waiting. One last pipe shrill and the wind is still. The sun was redder when the world was softer and the 30 ruled the sky. The winds were better neighbors. Did we have anything else cooking? I don't think so. I think that was the main one. Should also go about figuring out how to make, like, if there is a 6 heart memory and how to make it. I'm pretty sure there's one for most of them. Nope, it looks like, I suppose a memory doesn't actually matter because that's where the Newman's gonna go, actually. So we don't really need there to be a better heart memory. Some aspects are more physical than emotional, I guess. Yeah. Alright. So memory would be the Newman. You do this with, the proper ink. Obviously core as well. Our best heart skill is still probably surgeries. And then we use our own journal. I think that's how it works, but we'll figure it out. I should start prepping for another salon soon. It's too late this season, but yeah. What do we have already? I've got this fragrant chalice tea. So that's some potential. Generally speaking, dough is pretty good to just have around. I'll also go ahead and get an egg. Alright, what's in the box? Porphyrin. The Encostum Terminal of the Second History. It's the glowing crimson mauve of the Secret Histories. Porphyrin was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs, or Cluniacs, and Benedictines. Binks Biggings. Porphyrin might also be used to compose a petition for the Labyrinth season if you can provide at least 20 of Knock, Rose, or Moon, no Edge, Heart, or Winter at all, and suitable writing material. Oh, so we can just make Numa happen whenever we want using Porphyrin? That is extremely interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Good for Spintriad. I'll say. You know, the one thing I wish I could speed up is really just, I wish there was some way to, like, speed up how fast Oriflammes can give you new books. Because for people who really want to have, like, specific books or a full library, that wait is pretty killer. I know from my other save file, as well as waiting for incidents is now incidents are I have found out you can speed those up. It used to be that I thought you had to just wait around for every incident to like very slowly finish, and then it was just random what the next one was, which is true. But the thing is, right, that I wish there was a bed recipe that skips the day. Yeah. I suppose that's what 6 times speed is for, but still. But the thing is, like, even without skipping days, right? There's a way to speed up Numa with Porphyrin, I've just learned. There's a way to speed up incidents. All you have to do is, once you've gotten all of the characters in your writing case, you spend some resources, potentially, to call those characters in early, so you can talk to them about the incident. It allows you to be, like, proactive in talking to characters, which makes the incident run out of potential visitors faster, which means the incident finishes faster. You could probably, by the end of the game, do an incident in a single season. There's another way to speed up events. Oh, what's that? Could probably do 2 incidents a season. Oh. That doesn't seem possible, because the incident only changes at the end of the season. Huh. Alright. I'll bite. What's the method? You finish a couple continued stories and do some crafting, you will probably get it on your own. Oh, wait. An avenue of inquiry, huh? That's what that is. I was wondering what that meant. So if we do 2 of them and put them together, then we can get an avenue of inquiry, and that probably allows us to, like, either grab another random incident the second that we want it, or we can It's also possible that we can select an incident, but I don't think they would give you that much power. That's a little bit over the top. But I was wondering what this was all about. Neat. Well, that'll be good at least. But yeah, if there's ways to speed up Numa and there's ways to speed up incidents, I wish there was a way to speed up Oriflammes, because it just feels weird having that be the one completely endogenous variable. Like, honestly, the system is already there for it. Like, imagine if there was an Oriflammes catalog where you, the librarian, could put in a special order for a book, right? And you wouldn't be able to pick a specific book. I imagine that basically what you could do is, like, you pick a principle that the book has mystery of, or maybe you pick a subject that the book is on. So you can either pick, like, oh, okay, I want a heart book, or I want a book that can teach me about bells and braziers or something. And then Oriflammes just looks at the smaller version of its pool based on your choice, and is like, sure, here you go. But probably you have to pay a little bit extra, possibly paying more in Spintria to get the books. Because the thing is, like, I think that the game has a perfectly fine money sink in buying food to do cooking for guests in salons. But once you get to this point in the game where you no longer need to, like, where you can invite people, basically being able to invite people to complete incidents faster does mean that you tend to get a bit more Spintria. And I think the game could use a Spintria sink. You can turn Mantis money into real money. You can. I mean, I suppose you probably can. There's that concept of a tally. But you can't do it the other way around. But I suppose in that case, it's just part of the larger money sink. So either way, I think that for using, like, the special order thing that I'm coming up with, there should be an additional cost. Just so that, you know, it's not just the easily better way to do it. Sort of like how, if you... What words are failing me? If you have good enough skills and the typewriter, you can literally invite people to Hush House at no cost. But you need to actually be good. So maybe that's it. Maybe instead, you have to write in a specific book order in the same sort of way that you do manuscripts. By putting together enough of the relevant thingy, the relevant aspect. System for sending messages using Spintria too. Ooh, interesting. But yeah, like, there's a number of ways you could do this sort of special order syndrome to make it so that you are not strictly on Oriflamme's schedule for getting books. You know, I wonder if that's a mod. I wonder if someone has already thought of this. Let me check the workshop real quick. Nope, it looks like there really aren't any mods for Book of Hours. I suppose that's to be expected. It's a bit of a complicated game. There's technically... I should say, it's not that there's no mods. There are 4. 3 of them are different language localizations for what looks to be French, Korean, and Polish. And the other is a community localization test. So it looks like the only mods that are currently capable of being done for Book of Hours are just different localizations into different languages. So that is cool, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Uh-oh. I need to fuck around with the books again. Nope. Okay, this is going down here then. There are so many goddamn Foresight books. But yeah, like, okay. So if we were to use this desk. Yeah, we're just a little bit off from being able to start making a determination here. Because we're at 19 in total. So there's a number of ways we could fix that. Basically, we can't change the ink, we can't change the memory, and we can't change the papers, so we need to change either the soul or the skill. Which means either leveling up our core, which is going to require me to understand the Tree of Wisdoms a lot more. Or leveling up our skills, which is going to require more salons. Salons and books are kind of the key to both of these. So, as long as I just keep getting more lessons and using them to upgrade shit, I'm gonna be able to work with more stuff, get my skills higher, and actually start fully committing stuff to the tree. So that's basically the plan. Alright, Inks of Power up to 3. And now, take Purification's Exaltations. Add Faust. Revelation and Foresight. And go. a Hawthorn Blank, Contraband Jetsam, an Awakened Feather, and Sea Glass. Alright, the Feather can go back here. We use that to make our Wind in Waiting. A Hawthorn Blank isn't the best wood, but it has knock, which is cool. Sea Glass we can use up here, as I recall. Ichor Vitreous, but we probably need... Inks of Revelation, yeah. Pretty much any setup with a memory or a solution will get us even more Ichor Vitreous. Right. Cooking, right. Okay, so we've got our marinated roast beef and poached mackerel here. So that's a first course and a main course. Let me get my guest list. Right, I had planned, I remember now, to bring in both of the Moors. To build a Curia to fill the Protectress slot. So, okay, here's my ideas for the Curia, right? Obviously, we already have our treasurer. It's Strathcoin. That's pretty obvious. He already has exactly the inspiration that we want him to have. Our secretary persistent is Morgan, who we managed last time. We used the affair of Apollo and Marsyas to give her both sympathy carapace and the whatchamacallit, the agenda Stone Remembered. Yeah, I'm very glad that I ended up giving her a Skybook. So, the other slots. I believe that it will be completely possible to get Dr. Blackwood to be our Secretary Nunciant. And specifically, I think that Yeah, I think that she can be convinced. The one thing we're missing from this setup is our enemy, which we've decided is going to be the Chandler. And I believe we can get Dr. Blackwood to have fear Chandler through the current incident, the affair of the Royal Endeavor. Considering it says right there that she's worried about it being connected to the Chandler. Also, possibly Corso, but I don't know. I would kind of prefer either Dr. Peel to be in the Secretary Enigmatic slot, or possibly Dr. Southey. I haven't met her on this save file, but I have met her on the other save file, and I do quite like her. As for Secretary Salvant and Vigilant, I would like to put Mr. Fekri as Salvant, and probably Douglas Moore or Azita Bukhara as Secretary Vigilant. Now, the thing is that, I like Moore a bit. It's not that I like Moore better. I really like Azita. The thing is, I think that Douglas is probably a little bit better suited to the role. I'm not entirely sure about putting a, This might sound prejudiced, and it probably is. I'm not entirely certain about putting one half of an edge dyad on our Curia. But also, she actually might be the best choice, though. Because if I remember anything from, like, what I've learned about Exile, it's that the entire co-rivality is very heavily connected to the line of Anteos. Which is one of the things that we're trying to bring back. So I bet you anything that we can get her stone remembered. Yeah, as much as I like... Basically, this is the one thing I'm currently unsure about. I'm pretty sure about all my other choices. Definitely Strathcoin. Definitely not Hokabald. Definitely Fekri. I just really like Fekri, and he already has experience in the role, so if he's willing, then so am I. It would feel appropriate, too, because our character, our executioner, if you remember, where was it? Fekri's Herbery is actually one of our earlier books. It's the thing that actually let us break into Nectar to a decent extent. Hello, how goes the time at Brankrug? We are making plans for the Curia. And yes, hi is Shadow. Just to go over it, here's the basic current plan. And I was just gonna finish up here. Fekri's Herbery was a very early book in our journey to becoming a better librarian and really a better person considering the executioner's backstory. Um, so I like to think that our librarian has a particular connection to Mr. Fekri. Um, but yeah, so here's the plan. Strathcoin Treasurer, Fekri Salvant, either Douglas or Azita Vigilant, Heel Enigmatic, Blackwood Nunciant, and Morgan Persistent. As for what we want regarding agendas, we're aligning ourselves with the Carapace, we're opposing the Chandler, and our agenda is Stone Remembered. We are fully aligning with history against eternity. I know I don't technically have to have everyone have an appropriate thing, but that's what I'm kind of going to try to do. Om nom nom go the worms. Anywho. That's also going to be after we finish our first ending. Basically, I know the endings are mutually exclusive, and you can't have a journal ending and a lighthouse ending at the same time. But I've actually got a journal ending that matches up very well with the lighthouse ending I'm hoping to get. So basically, we're going to save and load before actually getting that ending. And then we're just going to pretend that we were able to do both things. Specifically, aligning ourselves with the Carapace Cross makes more sense if I've also separately brought the Carapace Cross back by writing a history. I let your curia wait. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, our goal is to bring back the Carapace Cross. Once we do that, we can start working on the stuff with the Chandler and remembering the Time of Stone. But I'm not just gonna say like, oh, let's set this up and have it like go out into the future. Like, no, we're doing at least step 1 right now. Right. Okay. One thing I was thinking about probably will not actually do, but could be possible, is to write a tier 18 manuscript of every skill. That would be pretty interesting. Make some bread. Oh, we're out of flour. Hold on. One of the, I'm going to call it a soft requirement, we did not tie solutions and separations, from what I've heard. Oh boy. It's cute. The Cross comes back and they want a tour guide to what you've done with the planet. They can help with the Chandler. Yay! But yeah, I still don't really know what manuscripts actually are supposed to do. Like, I get that you can use manuscripts to fulfill requirements for the various endings to incidents, but is that all they do, or do they have another use? Incidents only. Got it. They want to do all those manuscripts to essentially show these are the skills the librarian has learned. Oh, I see. That's fun. My solution to separations not being on the tree is important is because I don't think you can use a skill on the tree in Numa, yeah? Ah, I see, yeah. But why solutions and separations specifically? There's something special about it? I ended up doing some wiki walking the other day and learned about the end of Pool books. essentially, if the game would have to generate a book, but you have every single book from the pool, instead bring out a 21 challenge book that gives 3 lessons pertaining to the pool. But since the only endlessly repeatable way to get books is through Oriflamme's auction. Oh yeah, no, Numa's really, really good for training skills. The only reason I haven't done it yet is because Numa's always hit me when I already had a bunch of skills to train because of how salons work. And the fact that I tend to do salons at the end of seasons, which I'm trying to fix. But many faceted lessons before we had salons was pretty much the only way you had to really get to the higher level skills. I remember doing it quite a lot in my other save file. The repeatable book that Oriflammes produces gives solutions and separations. That's it. So that's the only skill that you can just repeatedly break down and then build back up again. Scratch that, yeah, Miss Roberta. Oh dear. Well, in that case, I'm not going to be able to do that because I have already committed transformations and liberations to Ithistry. Whoops. Oh well. Hey, ambergris. You know, I think it might be a bad idea to just leave towards a fundamental aesthetic lying around up here. We did end up moving the sun disfigured downstairs, so... had any more books. Oh, yearly stipend. Entry on the £1 note. It's a snowy day. Pokeball has a special interaction with his book. Oh no. I'm not gonna invite him just to do that one, so I'm gonna check it out. Is that? I had feared no copies yet remained. There is so much despite in the world, so much needless contumely, so much contempt for hard-earned wisdom. Forgive me. I will purchase the treasure from you if you are prepared to give it up. A gold spintria. Pokeball will take the book and depart, forgetting about any current incident. I have been so very greatly wronged, but I am capable of wreaking wrongs yet greater. My dear librarian, bon appetit. Yeah, you're not getting your fucking book, Pokeball. Fuck you. So give me a minute. I need to go use the restroom. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Right. Where were we? God was a cool snake who was trying its best, would you still kill it? No, I would not. That's the one case where my setup would or the where my convictions would be tested and found wanting. If I found out the actual god is literally like basically just Ananta Shesha from Indian mythology and is a big snake, then no, absolutely, that's fair. I do not accept the authority of God, but I do accept the authority of snakes. Apple Charlotte. A classic English pudding of apples stewed with cinnamon and layered with crispy golden bread. Alexander Sparrow ass theology. I'm sure that's a. Hold on. Alexander Sparrow. A Russian singer? Oh, Republic of I was looking for the actual human being, Alex Sparrow, who is actually, for the record, there is an Alex Sparrow. Um, though that is a stage name. His actual name is Alexei Vorobyov. Uh, Russian singer and actor who performs bilingually. Seems like a cool guy. Where was Republic of Teeth? That was Intuition. Hell yeah. Apple pie is not a bad idea. Let me see. Knuckle sandwich with a side of grapple pie. Possibly so. Let me think about this, actually. Okay, so... First course of poached mackerel. Main course, marinated roast beef. Our pudding is the apple charlotte. We would need a side dish. Let me see. Snecko long. Oh, hello, Mr. Streamer. I hope you're being hydrated and stretched. Yep. Let me hydrate. I haven't stretched in a minute. I'll do that. Long snake. Thank you, Epi. Okay. Which of these are cooking ingredients? All of them, apparently. Blue Crown Tea, Honey Scar Jasmine Tea. I've got tons of Honey Scar Jasmine. Let's make a bit of that. An Ophidian of the Great Singular Dimension, if you will. Alrighty. There's a recipe I can do. Alright, first we're going to need to make more bread. Gonna see what we're doing regarding current affairs. I think this might actually be it. We've got our snow that is no longer relevant. or the Ivory Book? Are there putrefactions and calcinations? Or... that was sights and sensations. No quenchings and quellings. Oh, we don't have quenchings and quellings. I'm pretty sure we actually don't have quenchings and quellings yet. I have not yet read the Ivory Book. Yeah, no, we go straight from Pyroglyphics to Ragged Crossroads. Quenchings and Quellings should be right there, because Q is in between P and R. So, Rhyme and Remembrance, use my Whist. Easy. Thinking that there's also a possibility our Shell-Crossed Whist. I'm just gonna take a bit of a gamble here. Since we're not losing anything, this is Maledied, so we can't exhaust it. Skills don't get exhausted, and we're not using anything. I'm just gonna go for it and see if we get lucky. One thing that I found kind of annoying the other day. Oh, what is it? What's the annoying thing? Did you know that you can't write a manuscript on any type of blank paper? From what I can tell, it can only be done with a quire of papers. What? You can't write a manuscript on human skin? Can't have shit in Brainkrug. What am I gonna use all this skin for? Yeah! Got some hearts that I've never dug into neither. Ah. Ah. But my only life skills are so... I'm not gonna read that out, not because I'm offended, but because I actually just don't want anyone to know that I have no idea how to pronounce his surname. Ed Gein. Ed Gein. Got it. It rhymes with bean. Um... Oh yeah, we need... Oh, another thing? You know how Nillikant is supposed to be extremely hazardous? Yeah? Is it that, like, you can't write shit with Perunculate, but you can with Nillikant? There's something silly like that. So much in the alchemical room that I did not have space on any of the shelves. Oh no. Where did you put the Nillikant? I'm in utter suspense as to where you ended up putting the Nillikant. Imagine somebody seeing a room so filled with nothing but an inconstant terminal that is so imbued with the elements of death, winter, edge, and scale, and you're just wondering how the heck is... Oh no, you literally filled the room with the... Oh my god. Incredible. Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in the picture, only an empty garden. Blackwood abandoned Hush House for another library, the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria. Is this a joke at her expense? Oh no! That is admittedly very funny. Who would have... It doesn't say who the painter was. Van Loren! Was that you? I also filled the chapel. Did I ever play Exile? I've tried several times, but I have not finished it. Yeah, no, go ahead and mention something. I've been looking around in a lot of places. There's obviously things I'm spoilered about, but this is all academic. Ah, season's done, but we're meeting Mr. Zachary Wakefield. Oh, you actually visit the Invisible Serapeum. Nice. Extra Effort Soul and Ubisoft. Marksman, Detective, Renegade. He has always been a quiet man, but since he left the Suppression Bureau, he has grown even quieter and terribly still. Except for his fingers and for his eyes, always in restless motion. Librarian, I can see you. Alright, he wants Nock and Winter. Let's see, what do we got? I think we had a 4 Nock somewhere. Possibly? Probably still have to read these tantras. That should be something I do sometime soon. Metal does not actually have a Maladid form. Yeah, we did know that, actually. That's why it's completely safe to use it during Numa, in the place. Oh, you're right. I'm dumb. I'm looking at scale, not Nock. Why am I like this? Here's the treatise on underplaces. Oh! Shit. I didn't mean to do it like that. There you go. So much foresight, and yet shit still happened like this. It's fine. I had another appropriate book. I'm just giving him 2. Brian DeWolf, the son of the 3rd Baron Brankrug, gives advice on hunting in the Bounds. It is clear from Brian's journals that he sought unorthodox trophies and put them to unorthodox uses. He was, in fact, hanged as a witch at the age of 24 and never inherited the estate. Brian describes how a sky-inspired fife can be prepared using these fur and feathers techniques in the presence of greater sky aspect to make of the winds good neighbors. It's a powerful technique to be described so casually. Brian's main interest seems to be in ensuring good weather for his hunts. He was making winds in waiting for... Okay. Alright, so that's a fear. Brian was vibing. Yeah, apparently! What use is knowing the hours if you can't spend them pleasantly? Ask Franklin Bancroft. Yeah, fair. Okay. So now we also have 2 extra scale things. Now for scale... we still have to actually put Crack Track somewhere, so... yeah, that and Stone Stories. Okay, so what we're gonna do... is Singlefoot songs. Why are you only grabbing brown books when looking for a knock book? Yeah, I mixed up scale and knock. I thought that he wanted scale, but I was just being dumb. Snack Brain thinks scales are the key to everything. Listen! Alrighty. So what have we got here? Oh, hold on. Getting a call. That's probably my food. All right, I'm back. Okay. Zachary likes winter food and drink. Quartz. Brick sand. If I ever get around to reading The House of Glass. You mean towards a fundamental aesthetic? Don't have Ericapian. Have not met anyone who knows it. So, a manual of the Ordo Limiae, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Galicia. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Ivory Chain, not to have commerce with the Hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of dead long are not given to the Hours. The Hour called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that Hour we have made an understanding. Quenchings and Quellings, and it's a regret. I'm killed, dead, stun-locked mostly. Alrighty. Uh-oh. Okay. Quire of paper. Put it right here. Ah, a gull's egg. We're not hatching any more gulls, so these are effectively free food for the torts. And or snakes. Have I reached any level 9 skills yet? Not yet. I believe that level 5 is the highest I've gotten. Got level 5 in Strings and Songs, Great Signs and Great Scars, 3 Days Mahiera, and Rites of the Roots, and Inks of Revelation. Doing stuff with skills is the next step, though. Oh dear. This because I generally had hard focus a small few skills. I've just been kind of chilling and going with stuff. That's kind of how I like to play, but right. Rural Contemplations is done. Next up, we were gonna give something to Crack Track with Furs and Feathers. Oh, right, we still needed the other thing. Oh, but we can grab Quench and Qualities. That's a new one. Ready? One is instructed to address the letter literally house, street, town, shire, country. What are you doing, Zachary? Alrighty. So the plan was to invite both of the Moors, Douglas and Arthur Thomas. They both need lanterns, so that's easily done. Okay, so that's lantern. So we will need some kind of a lantern dish. Something to think about. Cult Simulator set before Exile or Book of Hours, right? Or is it never clarified? I'm pretty sure Cultist Simulator does come first. Mainly because character storylines don't line up if it doesn't. Specifically, Douglas Moore being promoted and Zachary Wakefield leaving the Suppression Bureau. Then again, we also don't know explicitly whether Cult of Simulator happened in the same history as Book of Hours. Then again, I'm not entirely certain I understand exactly how histories work. I know that, like, there's a whole thing of how the present is fixed, but the past is not. So there's only one present, but multiple different pasts that all lead to this point. So at this point, it's entirely possible that the events of Cultist Simulator have passed into history, which would mean that they're only potentially something that happened. We know the ghoul happened. Oh yeah, because Miss Naenia exists. Probably. Oh, King Crucible, big mad. Well, the other thing, weirdly enough, right, is that there's also incidents that explicitly reference other stuff that's happening in the universe. Like, the affair of that particular Mystique is just Cultist Sim again. And the affair of... I don't remember what the name is, but there's one that's about the Reckoner War that's basically the plot of Exile. Yeah, Julian Cosley lost a fight with an Ascendant Long. So, that's canon. Also, there was nothing about the new king in Cultist Simulator, as far as I can remember. So that's new. Julian's the only one that can be fought in any of the major victory paths, yeah. On a moment, I've got a lantern dish. Oh, I need to wait, though. Anything particularly interesting when I did play the Exile? The thing I think I'm most interested in is is the connection to the line of Antaeus. That's really the big thing, is that this whole idea of, like, there are mortals who are descended from the gods from stone, specifically the lineage of the flint, is really interesting to me. I'm thinking about it, but I don't think it's solely lantern at the moment because lantern food is kind of hard. Um, Apparently there are no lantern side dishes. Um, let's see. We have plenty of stuff for forge people as well, so maybe just make this simple. Invite Blackwood and Bichet. Actually, wait. No, hold on. Schaller and Coquille, I think, are our other guests. Mainly because I am hoping to be able to get some heart lessons. Okay. So... yeah, we have everything we need already, basically. There's the leek gratin. Punching some quellings, and now... next up is Coquille, which we could just great signs and great scars for... it's the wrong, go, Coquille. Oh, right. Father Stanislav actually wants nectar. Basic invitations. There we go. Track 3. Then what even is the right of division? I'm pretty sure it's how you break down Spintria into lower tier Spintria so that you can render them into wire. Like, if you want specifically bronze wire and you only have gold Spintria, you can get a bronze Spintria out of the gold one. We've got our orange jumble going. Oh, a whole ass pheasant. Thank you, Denzel. I wonder, actually. No, nothing useful we can make with it, sadly. Oh. Ack. Orange jumble. And Why is it so goddamn hard to cook for lantern people? Okay. So to see how this timeline. Lantern Long literally do not have physical bodies if I remember correctly. That's fair, yeah. Considering that Lantern, excited to see how this timeline develops into the 60s with traveling at night. Yeah, that is definitely something. Okay. We still need 6, 7, and 8 and 9 for preservation. I remember we probably wanted to put resurgences and emergences into preservation. So that's something to work on. Here's my Hiera. Then either Stone Stories, Edicts Inviolable, Quenchings and Quellings can be preservation. So, I know that we want to put Resurgences and Emergences and Tridesma Hiera into preservation. The other two spaces, going up to 9, can be filled with Crack Track, Edicts Inviolable, Stone Stories, or Quenchings and Quellings in some combination of those things. I think Stone Stories is one that we definitely want in there. And then for the other one, honestly, maybe Crack Track. It's not great for languages to be super high, though, so maybe Quenchings and Quellings, and I'll put Crack Track down somewhere lower, but I don't know, maybe we can make Crack Track into number 6. That wouldn't be too terribly wrong. That said, we would need a lot of scale stuff, because we're going to be grabbing stone stories as well, so yeah, Quenchings and Quellings is probably going to give us more valuable stuff. I don't want to put Edicts Inviolable. No, wait. Maybe Edicts Inviolable. I know that, the Calyptra are kinda assholes. But if we're going to be doing shit with the wood, then maybe they're on our side. No, why would they be? Stuff when I was in pure thoughts about the B movie by Pixar. No, I'm not thinking about that. Cloudy day. Would the Flintstones be allowed to exist by the Mansus? They're allowed to exist by me. I will make sure the Flintstones can continue to exist. I don't care what the hours say. Oh, I already had some of it. Oh, well. Okay. And we now just need one heart drink. Preferably a tea. One thing I just realized. What'd you realize, Shadow? Okay. And now we just have to work with the foods. Oh, let's see. You know how the Reckoners deal with the Cinder Tally, right? And the Librarian can also make marks of the Cinder Tally? Makes me wonder if Librarians in the past interfere with the Reckoners. Calyptra kept those arts from the wider world and the Reckoners, I think. Yeah, when you examine a year tally, it says something on the lines of, like, that the Librarian has the privilege to make these, but that you probably shouldn't abuse it. If you don't know how people didn't notice a plot hole, Calyptra did it, yeah. Also, apologies for not getting to your thing. I got very focused on finding my teas around the place. Right, so we have Grail and Heart Food. Grail and Heart Food. Lantern, Grail, and Heart Food. Heart and Forge Food. Heart and Forge Food. So I'm thinking... We're gonna wait for our flour to come in, because we're gonna need some. We're probably gonna be replacing our main course. if... The Workner's got the years. Scratch that was mentioned. I think someone was in one of the training grounds. You find absolutely blaspheming and scheming. Secret recipe to turn a stolen year into a stolen decade. Because it is possible to turn a decade into 10 years. Yeah, I just think that, the thing is, you're basically immortal in this game. So I assume that you probably wouldn't have use for fucking around with year tallies. Like, I think the librarian's already just, like, as long-lived as they reasonably need to be. To explain, by the way, I may have already said it, but I'm waiting for the flour to come in from the order we made. It should be soon. Imagine the crafting recipes with a decade tally. Yeah. Oh, there it is. One thing I think would make a fun idea is to have a short-term challenge. The librarian is dying and only has a year to live, and so you have to spend a tally at the end of each year. That would be pretty interesting. I think I've said it before, but one small problem I do have with Weather Factory's games is that they have a tendency to, like... They have all these really interesting things you can do and mechanics and ideas, but then there's not really that many reasons to actually use them. Actually is the one thing I'm kind of worried about for traveling at night is, like, if the pattern repeats itself, then, like, are we going to have an incredibly detailed and complex skill system that never actually, like, does all that much? The one criticism I have of Alexis Kennedy, really, is just that He doesn't fully seem to understand the concept of dominant strategy. That if there's one option that is easier than all other options and fulfills the same role, people are going to do that one option. Lok Kahuli, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Lok Kahuli the vessel of his appetites, promising Lok that they would ascend together. At the spider's door, he betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to what happened and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Lok Kahuli remained to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. Ooh, Stolen Secret? And Sharps. We have the Stolen Secrets over here being watched over by the Velvet. What I consider to be the worst ending of the Exile is the ending that I personally find to be pretty difficult. Oh, ad. Ah, Deoris Book 2. Back from ad. Yay! But yeah, the most difficult ending in Exile is also the worst ending. That's another thing that Kennedy seems to do sometimes. Like, there's that whole bit where if you, the ending where you, the easiest ending to get in Book of Hours, the one where you literally just, restore the house and put your journal in, the tree and do nothing else, is marked as arguably the best ending. And, like, I get where he's coming from with that. That the instinct to change the world is destructive. But it still feels a little bit weird. "18 manuscripts and do that ending." Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. Okay. I have to do a lot of cooking. We need to make a new main dish stat. So, begin with. Flower. Milk. Dough. Some things, namely the ever-present 10% and Cold as Sim for important actions, do bring down a little bit of the game to me, yeah. It's true. It really does. Which is unfortunate. Salt. For me, the biggest issue with the 10% is actually an exile. And we've got Stolen Secret already. Cool if I tell you about the various ways that Reckoner spawning and traces work from a mechanical standpoint? Go ahead. I am interested to hear this. Whenever the standard 60-second clock ticks, there is a chance for a Reckoner to spawn. 70% chance for them to spawn if you have 2 or more traces, 30% for 1 trace, 10% for 0 traces. Ah, yeah. So you're constantly on the clock. And then it would be workable if Reckoners didn't work like they did. Oh no. It gets worse. If a Reckoner spawns, there's a 1 in 4 chance for you to go unnoticed. Oh dear. Contradiction. Salt. Satisfaction. Contradiction, gossip, a stolen secret, satisfaction, and salt. Every other time they lock onto you, they will fully know that you are there, and they will start to generate traces and target you in general. Well, that sucks. The Mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch, and of the Thunderskin. The Sister and Witch were born in 2 wombs, one poor, one rich, across the sea. The Sister was stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The Witch was stronger in the aspect of Grail, and so they were not satisfied. Grand total of 3 ways to remove traces. Uh-oh. Right. Sea Pie. Once a treat for sailors, hence the name. Now... King's Luck Pie. You can sacrifice 2 connections, each of which takes at least a stolen year and enough searching that you are highly likely to have generated a trace anyway. You can leave the city. This one is the way that everyone actually uses. Yeah. The third is a one-time use reward for clearing a full-on mission. Oh dear. And they're more difficult than expeditions in regular Cultist Sim. Damn. When the Sister and Witch came west, the Red Grail permitted their ascension, but then grew jealous of their power. It lured a great musician into the ranks of its names and caused him to be reborn from blood as a Heart Hour, so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also, but its victory is not assured. Storm. And Surgery's Exsanguinations. Oof. Okay, Storm. This is a stupid method, but... Okay, Oris 2. Let's see. That is at the expense of not getting their other rewards. There was one way they should have definitely added, which was to have it where you could use an obscurity to remove a trace. It's also the case where once an actual Reckoner arrives, they have a 3 in 4 chance to remove an obscurity every minute. Yeah, that sucks. It's the exact thing that I really don't like about Cultist Simulator, which is the way that notoriety is incredibly punishing in the base game. And it's the main thing that's stopping you from doing stuff. And it sounds like this is just the notoriety system, but worse. Thyrsa Blake always insisted on calling it the Great Pie of Power, to the lasting annoyance of her peers. Right, King's Luck Pie. That's the new main dish. Which they allowed you to cancel a trace. You can't actually do it. Oh, God. Ah. Oh, God damn it. Or wait, no, wait, hold on. That works. I think that works. Because... then we take quenchings and quellings. Essentially, the system is very much so encouraging for you to commit murder. Yeah. Ever attack a Reckoner, it removes all of your obscurity. Why even have this mechanic in the first place? Like, at that point... Or so a flavor when the exile is on the run and wants to not be on the run. I suppose. Leader of the Reckoners is supposed to be extremely strong for a mortal. Yeah. as in has 7 wounds, as opposed to the 2 wounds that a literal assassin has. Dealing 2 wounds worth of damage, being immune to non-magical weapons, being able to destroy all but the toughest magical weapons, including the fragment of a weapon wielded by the Colonel, in addition to the rest of the Reckoners. Jesus Christ. There is a reason why the Reckoners were a big deal. Yeah, I can tell. Alrighty. Salon time. Lunch in the afternoon, supper in the evening. So we just have to wait till noon. Everybody is here. Fellings is level 4. Some histories he has managed to draw the Wrath of the Wolf Divided more than everyone else. I mean, oh Christ. Check. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My guests take their place for lunch. Alrighty. Lunch and supper last longer than less formal salons, allowing an extra interaction between your guests. Add a core. Coquille smilingly asks Douglas to remind her if there is an arrest warrant out for her just now. Not just now, he replies, but I'm sure we can sort something out. Coquille spends much of the rest of the meal quoting from Zara's Time of Division and asking which bits would get her arrested if she recited them at a cocktail party. Oh my god, Coquille. Coquille knows what is up. Oh. Hold on. Stanislav asks Douglas about the death, reputedly murder, of the Abbess Nona. almost 600 years ago. Douglas acknowledges it's technically within the Bureau's jurisdiction, and that the Bureau doesn't recognize any statute of limitations short of eternity, and adds that he has a great deal on his plate, but promises to look into it and asks Stanislav some incisive questions about rare poisonous herbs. Oh. Hold on, I'll wait to continue for the ad. I need to write something down anyway. There we go. Yeah, Douglas acknowledges... So Stanislav asks Douglas about the death, reputedly murder, of the Abbess Nona almost 600 years ago. Douglas acknowledges it's technically within the Bureau's jurisdiction and that the Bureau doesn't recognize any statute of limitations short of eternity, and adds that he has a great deal on his plate, but promises to look into it and asks Stanislav some incisive questions about rare poisonous herbs. Excellent. Arab. Denzel and Douglas are complaining amicably about the recent decline in the quality of their preferred pipe tobacco. I figured you two would get along. Douglas will never get back to his roses. You have stuff to deal with like this. Fight a challenge, add metal. Really hope there's an interaction between the two Moors. Nope. Stanislav and Arthur argue happily about which herbal tisane tastes the most disgusting, and hence is most useful to speed lingering guests on their way. More herbs and infusions, which I actually do want. Sometimes they just don't talk. Sag. Complex question, add whist. Coquille and Arthur are discussing the perils of family, the crime of the sky, the tragedy of Matthias and the amethyst Imago. Coquille is at her most charming, and Arthur is at his most watchful. And Arab again. Oh, once again, Arthur and Coquille are discussing the perils of family, birth, and marriage. Coquille has begun to hint that she would enjoy an introduction to one of Arthur's younger and more eligible relatives. A coil of dark hair dangles artlessly across one flawless cheek. Her teeth and eyes are very bright. Arthur, unmoved as a fortress under fire, repeatedly steers the conversation back to the business of blood. Coquille, girl! Like, I get it, but man... Arthur will be keeping an eye on Coquille. Nope, okay. Douglas, the Moors just did not talk. Oh, Stanislav aroused Douglas's interest in the long-ago death of Abbess Nona. Coquille asked incautious questions of Douglas. Okay, there's like a bunch of things that happen this salon. Okay, I'm gonna need to redo this exact salon a couple times, probably. Okay. Some of the important ones here are lessons on herbs and infusions and surgeries and exsanguinations, which should be able to get us pretty far with quenchings and quellings. Like that could take it all the way up to 7 on its own. And then we can use the Desires and Disillusions on Tridesma Hiera. Sadly, nothing really for Crack Track unless we split herbs and infusions a bit, but I don't know. Same with Stone Store. Oh, yeah. Might need to split it a little. I should really just decide. Okay. It's gonna be, obviously Tridesma. Oh, right, Resurgences and Emergencies. I gotta do that one, too. So we're looking for Grail, Moth, Moon, Scale, Nectar. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. These 4. It's gonna be Stone Stories, Quenchings and Quellings, Resurgences and Emergencies, and Tridesma Hiera. That means is we can probably already slot in 3 Days Hiera, not worry about that one, and use those Grail ones on Resurgences and Emergences. Doran Wall, I have already put it into Horomakistry. Oh, the lesson. Probably Deep Mandaic, just to get Deep Mandaic out of the way, so I can focus on more useful skills to upgrade in that direction. Unless there's some other method of doing this, but I don't think so. Alternatively, Vac. You need to put Vac somewhere. Vac is indeed interesting. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Okay. So, for the time being, one thing we're definitely going to do 2. And Quenchings and Quellings also likes winter, so... My archaeologist's prime Lockworks and Clockworks? Yes, I do. That is a good point. Lockworks and Clockworks is extremely useful. Okay, we've got tons of Ichor Vitreous. It's probably time to do something with it. Okay. Let's see. We're now up to Quenchings and Quellings 5, which means we finally have decent winter. Alrighty. Earth sign. And fear. and Singlefoot songs. There we go. Oh shit, a librarian with a gun. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm only sometimes being notified of a chat message. Dude, the speed of chat. When we chat a lot, it stops notifying you. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. I did not think of that. Yeah, there was a notification when you, Oh, right, you can hear it, probably. Has something where if there are no new messages for a minute or so, next message will notify. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's kind of just a, hey, look at the chat alert. That's why. I do understand it, even if it's... I suppose it probably would get annoying for everyone if it pinged me every single time. I hope it's not annoying that you can all hear it when it happens. All right, good. If I didn't like the times when I yap so much, you know, that's a very fair point. Never mentioned the way to get the multitudinous books. I have a way to do it. So if you notice, I've got a bunch of books here that are still uncatalogued, and they're marked on "Do not touch until Oriflamme runs out." Um... Pheasant and grape salad. One moment. Reminds me of one of the highly rated mods in Cultist Simulator. The filler book can be read for a tier 2 or 4 lore. Yeah. That's good. Alright. So for cake batter, if I remember correctly... you make a dough first. Journals. And single foot songs. Plus Earth Sign. Still must say that I do not like the way they put the Hebe Stanton in the game. Oh, what's up with the Hebe Stanton? Is it's just that it can appear anywhere, right? So like there's the whole thing about how it can steal one of your Port Noon anecdotes. Is that it, or is there some other... Oh, that's not the boat that I wanted to find when I'm doing a Port Noon anecdote. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's that. It kind of sucks. Thankfully, I've pretty much always gotten the Hebe Stanton roundabouts when I'm exploring the capital or the shires. Scales up the chance to get it the higher tier lore you use. Ah, yeah. That sucks. dough. We have to mix it with an egg. Might be the way that I do expeditions in Colton, where I do the city until I have the Mithraeum, then I do the tier 4 SH for Secret Histories for Keglan Scratch, then I go to the Peacock store until I get Vagabond's maps and Port New Anecdotes, grabbing the tier 6 and not 8 along the way when I get them this time. Oh yeah, no, I just go through them each one in order. That's probably why we're getting them so early. Frangiclave is too good. Yeah. It's really good. But I've gotten pretty good at working with the mirrors as a stopgap. I don't tend to rush the Frangiclave. I guess Stretcho, Snako, Hydrato. Oh. Alrighty. And stretch. We got Stone Stories 5. Nice. Right. And there's cake batter. Part of the reason why I don't do it like that is because I reduce down to get the locations I want after that more easily. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, so. Protect, sabotage, or unveil. Seems to be a Chandler-based design. Sabotage? Hebe Standison's just kind of insulting to me. Hey, it ruins my chances to get the Frangiclave, and in exchange gives me a chance of getting cursed for a small handful of tier 8 lores. Yeah. we're going to be helping Serena out here. I think. That's why I made a save, just in case I've done this wrong, but... Chandler Bing here to upset the Mantis, ayo. And just need one more Moth or Grail, which I think Satisfaction should take care of. Now to think about it, probably does well in how it represents the Lygeans, where the Hebe Stanton is one of the places where all of them met at one time, I think. So having the location related to them be annoying might even be a somewhat meta way of having the Lygeans be annoying to the players, yeah? No, that makes sense. Does every lantern thing craft Ichor Vitreous or Xanthotic Essence? Are those the only two, like, scholar-level lantern recipes? Oh, wait, hold on. No, I can make an old moment with Disciplines of the Scar. Weeby Stanton. Oh yeah, this one is just once again. It's all Ichor Vitreous! That's all Lantern can do! Okay. Instead... It has received the invitation. Let's get started on, something with Back into Balance. I think at this point, with Quenchings and Quellings... 5... Not. What about winter? Do I have any winter books that I want to read? There's operations of a certain finality, but that would be a bit of a waste. All of the Winter Newman books are in Erikapian, because fucking Cosley. I could have sworn we had some really complicated winter books that weren't in Erikapian. Yes, okay, The Scar in the Sky. That's the one. Alrighty. It's in Fusine, which unfortunately isn't going to help us much. But... if we add Quenchings and Quellings... Now, I don't believe there is a winter tool that we have access to. I'll check that, though. Yeah, no, no winter tool. So we're just gonna have to wing it. Cross it. Impulse. A beguiling melody. And satisfaction. Dough, we'll need that later. Right. Actually, give me a second. They are building a Shadow of Gearby in the royal dockyards, a herald of the Chandler. I must take action. It is a little treasonous, I grant you. I am still technically a subject of His Majesty, but I hope very much that you will help me. Do you have Signifer on lightning? I recall a technique there that may allow my emissaries to open the wretched thing's flaws. Or perhaps we can use an approach from Glazier and lightsmithing. Okay. Do you have Signifer on lightning? Signifer on lightning. The other eye of the serpent. Hmm. No, no, we don't. We definitely don't have that one. Right. Um. Hmm. Okay. So, if that's the case, manuscript on glazery and lightsmithing, then. Chandler Bing is knocking on Mantis' doors with a turkey on his head. Somebody stop him. Okay. We can't do this right now. We would need either the other Eye of the Serpent, or we would need Inks of Revelation to be one level higher. Which I simply do not have a way to do. Shit. Well. Wait, okay. There's a way. If we can successfully read Opus Magnum Caeruleum, we'll get Pyroglyphics. That would allow us to potentially raise Inks of Revelation one step, which would let us write a manuscript. However, the problem. Where the hell is Dr. Blackwood okay with sleeping? Because that's gonna take a minute. No. I remember we ran into this issue before. Why won't you sleep in here? Matches your... It's a perfectly good... We may have to re-invite her. Alright, we got the Paths of the Sun. sure there's wall art for winter. Wait. Duh. Alright, Cosley, help me out with this book. The Scar in the Sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. Each page of this book contains one word only, but as each page is turned, a knowledge creeps in. Hey, that's the same as the sky and the scar. It's just the reverse. The final page is crowded. Each reader of the book records the same word. Now it is my turn. The final page of the sky and the scar was empty. But this one's full. Alright. The wolf word, if you will. Yeah. Regret, hindsight, cheerful ditty, storm, satisfaction. Ambrose Westcott used to render the title of this venerable and anonymous work mockingly as the Big Blue Business. A kinder translation would be the Great Work in Azure. The reasons for Westcott's enmity to this work are clear to any pyroglyphicist. It was written at least 2 centuries before he was born, but anticipates or undermines many of his preferred conclusions. The work in question is the creation of the blue gold allegedly necessary for the terrible rite which allows a forge long to become a name. The book mentions that pyroglyphics techniques can be used with forge to create iotic essence as a necessary component, but withholds the final step, insisting that the consequences are too dire, and that any interest should remain only a matter of theory. Ha. Hieroglyphics and foresight. 1. Sunny would be 2. Gonna have the hindsight that I was making. No, wait, that doesn't have lantern. Foresight has lantern. Foresight and pattern have lantern. Sight has lantern. What the hell else has lantern? Revelation. Right, a bittersweet certainty. I could do that. That should be enough. Sunny, Foresight. We've got Revelation running. Bittersweet Certainty. And all I have to do is consider a wall art. Okay. What's the timing here? I think we're still fine. Okay. So, punchings and quellings first. I forgot to actually read the fucking thing off the Foundlings. Okay. Quellings. Bittersweet Certainty. Revelation. Inks of Revelation. Sunny Day. Hieroglyphics Lesson. Sight. Foresight. A Bittersweet Certainty. And Faust. Oh, apparently the Foundlings just says, signed Nina Lagasse. Okay. How long does it take to write a manuscript? $60, perfect. Ah. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot! It doesn't just need to be a Lantern manuscript, it needs to be a fucking... It needs to be a Glazerian lightsmithing manuscript specifically. I would have needed to upgrade Glazerian lightsmithing twice. Okay. Oh, books are the memory that does not die. I wrote an original manuscript. Nice. Oh, and Opus Magnum Cerulum gave us foresight. So it goes here now. Here, I recorded my thoughts on Inks of Revelation. Alright, what's our new incident? I am so sorry for being such a dumbass, by the way. I'm just like, oh, I just need to find my highest level skill to make a lantern manuscript. Because I've got cult sim brain. I have a banana. I'm going to eat my sorrows away. Oh, someone new. Lalaheima. The affair of the other horizon. Rose Mysteries. Yeah, it looks like it's all characters I don't have yet, so we're not going to be able to speed this one up, but... Sailors have a term for the compass whirl phenomenon which occurs before sightings of the city east. They say a compass has caught the giddy horizons. There is something of a giddy epidemic in the North Sea this year. Right. Lalaheima. Huntress, gourmière, occasional bureau consultant. When it can't be killed and it really needs killing, Haima's the one they turn to. There are things I need to know. East lies beyond the wave. This we both know. But my employer suspects their emissaries have crossed the wave to come here, to these shores. I am wasting my time, it is certain. The emissaries of East do not pass beyond the bounds, but I have been paid to waste my time, and so I must make absolutely certain. She's just happy it isn't in the desert, yeah. Do I have any low-level Rose books? The Centipede seems like the closest one. I guess the Book of the Centipede. Hints and fireside tales only, but enough to direct my search. I will find nothing, but I do not like to leave a task half-finished. Right. Stories brought by a blind white cat to Penelope of Gordian. The aviform owls, the crow, the laughing thrush, the dove, and the twin kites, have been known to meet in the mountains north of Gordian, at a place called the Roost, to exchange gossip. Penelope indicates that mortals who hear their words directly are obliterated, but claims that her cat goes unnoticed and returns to her with rumors from the Hour's meetings. The stories that Penelope claims as Hour gossip are fragmentary and confusing, accounts of contests where hope and dread and the Shadowless Empire are used as game pieces, agendas of ruin and remembrance from no-known history. The most interesting element is the protective incantation she records at the end of the book, after she worries that the Hours might in fact learn of her spying. Revelation and 3 Watchmen's Paradoxes. Are cats spies in the Aviform Worm War? The Bird Worm War. Yeah. Possibly. It's a Revelation book. Okay. Rue des Jardins, Hydra, Algiers. Meet her in Exile DLC. I think I remember that. I may have actually met her. going. I'd also planned to read Sunset Celia here, so let's do that. Easy enough with the Gale. And we have another King's Luck Pie for next, Oh yeah, Scar in the Sky. I think that's a regret book. Yeah, it's a regret book. I do, in fact, plan to invite Zach over at some point and give him the meringue. You have a first course, main course, pudding. Now I just need 2 more dishes. Need some special dialogue as Zach shows one emotion while everyone else is appalled. Yeah. You know what? I wish you could bring Numa visitors to salons. Like, I wish you could do a Numa salon. I want to give the pudding meringue, or the mushroom meringue to Cosley. An Oblivion adept identified only as the Emiliano rants desperately about the part Sunset Celia played in the Intercalate as the proxy of the sun. Now she walks behind the Watchman, but did she always? She has many of the characteristics of a maid in the mirror, after all. In older texts, she has been called Kalia the Elegabaline. Perhaps she was his daughter, perhaps Tryphon's sister. Perhaps, like the Watchman himself, she is like a shadow cast by 2 candles. Oh. Lady Tryphon's sister. Okay. So that suggests that, yeah, Lady Tryphon might have been the unwise mortal after all. Or at least related to them. No, yeah. Wait. Oh my god, that might be the connection we were looking for last time. Or a couple times ago. I don't remember when. The time that we were talking about Uzalt and all that. So, the unwise mortal... it was the sun disfigured. Yeah, okay. The author of the text calls herself the Elagabalene. So, okay, we now know the Elagabalene is Sunset Celia. They're the same person. A name of the Watchmen. And the author of the text sometimes seems to be Sunset Celia and sometimes seems to be Lady Tryphon. But we know that apparently Sunset Celia might have been Lady Tryphon's sister. So, okay. That's why The Sun Disfigured appears to be written by both of them. Because it probably was written by both of them. Might be a shadow cast by two candles. Wait. I'm reading something here. Okay. So, Sunset Celia was originally the Unwise Mortal, became a name of the Watchman, who was an aspect of the sun in Splendor. Tryphon's... The two candles here are probably the sun and the forge in some way. I think that makes the most sense because they both have like light and fire aspects. So okay. Sunset Celia is a daughter of Elagabalus who... Wait. No, that doesn't make any sense, though. Because... Elagabalus is... Okay. Maybe Sunset Celia isn't the Unwise Mortal, but is writing... No, that doesn't make sense either. Oh my god. Time doesn't agree with us here. See, here's the thing, right? No, wait. Okay, it still works. It still works. We know that Sunset Celia is called the Elagabalene. That suggests that she's a daughter of the Emperor Elagabalus, who, if I'm remembering correctly... Christopher Elopoli refers to as a dupe of the Sun in Rags. So the Sun in Rags would have been around when the when the Sun and Splendor was still around, just as a name instead of as an hour. So Emperor Elagabalus, aka the Sun in Rags, has a daughter, Sunset Celia, or Celia the Elagabalus. And has a sister, Lady Tryphon. They together write the Sun Disfigured, which is a whole big plan for the Great Counterfeit. Now, who is the Swan King? Someone pointed out something very specific here, which is, the Swan King is a well-known name of Mad King Ludwig in real life. So, it's possible that effectively what happened here, right, is that the Sun and Splendor and the Forge, they want to be joined, but unfortunately, ours can't do that because Crime of the Sky. But one of the things here, right, is that if we look over here at the aspect of the Grail, Legaia, the Queen Unsated, Devouring Mother, sister lover of Antaeus. One tradition has it that Legaia took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another, the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the Intercalate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity. Or perhaps she's just not to be trusted. So, the thing is, right, that the implication of took animal form so that she could satisfy her Crime of the Sky bullshit and not be punished for it is that you're not punished for breaking the rules if you are in the form of a lower being when you do so. And that has implications, right? That, like, Sunset Celia and the Swan King are mortals, but they are also originally names of their respective hours. Or emanations or something. Basically, they are linked to the hours. The Sun and the Forge could never be joined, but Sunset Celia and the Swan King could. So, by sacrificing the Sun, splitting it into a bunch of pieces, all of the Sun's names went on to become ours, except for Sunset Celia, the unwise mortal. She got split off from the Watchmen, and brought back down to being immortal, along with some name of the Forge, probably the Swan King, and they, still fundamentally being the hours that they are, they go off and are joined and have a happy life together, and all that nonsense, all that good stuff. And the rest of reality is left holding the bag of this incredible dupe. Which means, for the record, that Sunset Celia was the mortal daughter of... possibly mortal daughter... no, definitely mortal daughter of Elagabalus, the Sun in Rags, who at the time was either mortal or already a name of the Sun in Splendor. I think, based on the timing, he would have to be a mortal at the time. Because, here's the thing, right? If Elagabalus is the Sun in Rags, when he has Sunset Celia, that implies that the Lithomachy has already happened. And the Lithomachy, part of the Lithomachy is Sunset Celia, the unwise mortal, taking the egg on hatching into the glory. So, Sunset Celia ascends as the Watchman and basically helps create the Sun in Splendor. Then Elagabalus also becomes a name of the Sun in Splendor. So Papa and his daughter are both names of the same being. Lady Tryphon is doing other shit, but she helps out with the writing of the Sun Disfigured. So she would have to also be a daughter of Elagabalus. And then the Forge and the Sun fall in love, or were already in love, or whatever have you. They can't be together. Got all of this shit. So, oh, woe is me, the prophecy is that the Forge loves the Sun and thus must destroy him. Oh, no. Sunset Celia and Lady Tryphon were the same person when the author was confused who they were. I don't think that's possible, is the thing. Because it might be, but... So the problem is that Lady Tryphon shows up as a Long in Cultist Simulator, right? Because if she does, that throws a bit of a wrench into things. Because here's the thing, right? If the Sun and the Forge could get around all this shit just by going down to the point of being Long, well, the problem is that Long aren't allowed to... Could an hour name be demoted Long? That's the thing, though. Like, I think they were demoted further, because Long also can't be with Long. It would have to go further than Lady Tryphon, and it would have to go right back down to Sunset Celia being mortal again, along with the Swan King. That's the only way they could be together. That's, like, the entire point in Cultist Simulator, is that it's basically impossible for love to survive in the Mansus. So yeah, that's, I don't think that Lady Tryphon and Sunset Celia are the same person. I think they co-wrote The Sun Disfigured. So... On the other hand of this, the Forge decides to, in the Intercalate, just kind of toss one of its names back down to mortal, that being the Swan King, Mad King Ludwig, who, notably, let me take a look at stuff into Ludwig II. Mad King Ludwig is specifically known for creating Neuschwanstein Castle, which, if you've never seen it, is an absolutely gorgeous castle on a mountain that is one of the most impressive architectural works of all time. So he is known for creating things. So it would make sense for him to be a name of the Forge. Not to mention that, like, European kings seem to have shit going on with the Forge and the Lantern. Yeah, great engineer, exactly. So, we've got Ludwig, Sunset Celia, who are the daughter of Elagabalus and, sorry, I got that mixed up. The Swan King and Sunset Celia, who are the daughter of Elagabalus and Mad King Ludwig II, they get together as mortals, during the Intercalate, which the entirety of the Intercalate is either a necessary sacrifice for all this, or I think possibly, could it be that the Intercalate was just the world's biggest misdirect, with the death of the sun straight up just being the sun faking its own death so that nobody noticed it was sneaking off as a mortal to go kiss Ludwig II. We haven't read the second half of this book. Let's see. What must be revealed will be revealed. Our order's root is tainted, but its branches flourish beneath the shelter of the Watchman's greater tree. I shall invoke its rights before the chancel, the cruciate, and the road. I shall write a final history, or another shall write it for me. Okay, dude. Foresight, Sacra Lineae. It's gonna return as a brand new guy, the Chandler, totally different. God damn it! So yeah, that's my take on Sunset Celia and the Swan King. The sun is a big old goober who came up with the world's most complicated fucking plan in order to kiss the Swan King, Mad King Ludwig, whatever. They're probably dead now, because this happened like forever ago, and part of the deal was them becoming mortals. I need to use the restroom. I'll be fucking back. I'm back. Sorry. Something came up. Okay. Where were we? Right. Moments away from morning. Snake lost to history. Nar! Sunny day. It's 2. Need 3 more. Okay. Uh, that's knock. Stolen Secret has knock. I very rarely use this desk. And need like one more knock thing. Salt. Biddy, Revelation, Storm, and then we can take Glazieri and Lightsmithing. Put all of these in with the Foresight, Faust, and a Watchman's Paradox. Salt. Stolen Secret. And Pattern. Those are going to upgrade Lockworks and Clockworks a bit more. Because that's really important, because it's how you make things like Gervinite and Chronsichords. And then we have Moth and Grail. I wonder if the Second Dawn will have happened yet in Traveling at Night. I bet you anything that the Second Dawn is never going to happen. We're just going to keep getting teased with it, but it doesn't happen. Nothing ever happens. As my friend Evangeline would say. Yeah. Or the Second Dawn is edging for Occultist. This is the dawn we have, and it's still here every morning. You don't get a new sun till you finish your old one. God damn it. Laserium lightsmithing. And to get the last Grail memory, I am having the Braincrug Librarian just eat an entire onion. An entire basket of onions, actually. That wasn't what you'd call easy on the... Oh, wait, no, it's not taste, it's regret. Okay. Let's eat something slightly tastier. Mackerel. What? No. God damn it, I wanted to eat this. Healthful and slippery. Thank God, taste! Given all this new lore, it would be really cool to look at the Flower Maker and the Applebright and their connection. Sparks from the Forge's first sundering. Yeah. I admit, I'm not super up-to-date on Forge stuff. That's why I had much less to say about the Swan King. Oh, hey! I got Mackerel back. Mackerel. There we go. Lockworks, Clockworks. Now for Resurgences, Emergences. And... Trist will work. The Intercalate scattered the sun's crotch goblins across the bounds of nowhere. Guess which became which? Oh, I was planning on using the fucking Sacra Limier for that. Oh, well. One theory for the Flower Maker's origin. Interesting. Okay. read this. Sky the Soul. It is very much readable at this point. Hi, Shadow. Welcome back. Oh, geez, 6 people all of a sudden. Hi. I hadn't been looking at the, Oh, huh? What? Evangeline! What? Did I summon you? What the heck? Ah! Well, it didn't stick around, but... Yes. Oh, you little... Right. I should probably... I've got people here. I don't know who's watching, but... I want to say again what I basically said at the beginning of the stream, that this is not just any Book of Hours stream. It's also quite possibly the last stream for 2025, because... Oh, you watch streak. I put it on my Discord, which I should probably link at this point. Hold on a second. Just in case there's anyone new here. But while there might be a small stream of my choice, just something random that I want to play sometime between winter and New Year, or Christmas and New Year's, not winter and New Year's. What am I talking about? Winter and... God damn it! Christmas and New Year's! I might do that. I probably will, actually, because I tend to enjoy doing this, but who knows? I might not have time. I'm gonna be with family, and I'm sure a lot of my viewers are too. Oh, no, I haven't checked the Yule tree. Hold on. No, it's gone. We'll see if we can try to get back to winter before the stream ends. But, yeah, the board game streams are going to be on hold until after the holidays, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be with their families like I am, and I don't want to cause any weird scheduling issues. And... yeah, this is kind of it's supposed to be a bit more of a chatty stream, and I suppose it has become. Although in just the normal way that Book of Hours usually is. Did chat a bit about Yu-Gi-Oh! At the beginning and what's going on in my life. But yeah, I just wanted to make that official. That the streams are gonna go kind of on hold over the next week or two, with possibly one more, and we will start back up in earnest in January 2026. Right, I should probably do something with all of these. Sakura Limier lessons those can get added to resurgences and emergences. Watchman's Paradoxes, though, not a ton I can do with those, unless I want to... Honestly, I might just add them to Sacrolimiae. Nods. I'd have my movie-thon in mind next week for the 24th anyways, and my tradition of watching Polar Express on Christmas Eve night. It's very important, else I would seek the rope. Polar Express would work in this lore. I'll say that my family also has a Christmas tradition. We sit down and listen to Dylan Thomas, the poet Dylan Thomas, reading the poem A Child's Christmas in Wales. Because if you've never listened to it, that's actually a prose poem. As in, it is technically a poem, but it's more like a little autobiographical story from the perspective of a child. About, I believe, Dylan's own childhood. And it works as this really interesting little story of his experiences on various Christmases in the past. He kind of jams together a whole bunch of different Christmas stories of his childhood into one long thing. And it's just really cool. I highly recommend it. It's a very cozy poem. Like, just out of memory, there's a bit early on with the line, but I could never remember whether it snowed for 6 days and 6 nights when I was 12, or whether it snowed for 12 days and 12 nights when I was 6. Also, it's weird to say, but Bob Dylan's comic timing in the reading and in the line breaks is very, very good when it needs to be. I'm just very normal about steam trains and their noises inside and out and their whistles, and I need to change my pants. Not my thing, but you're valid. But there's also a bit later on in the poem where it's like a ghost stories bit where the main characters are all going around singing carols to houses, and they find this seemingly not abandoned, but they've never seen anyone go into or come out of this house on the hill, and they start singing Good King Wenceslas. And there's this bit where Bob Dylan describes as we were singing, a small voice joined in. A small, dry voice. A small, dry eggshell voice through the keyhole. And when we stopped running, we were outside my house again. Or something along those lines. Where we just go immediately from a voice joined in through the door. And, it's probably just, an older gentleman who joined in on the singing. And the kids got spooked and ran away. It's great. Again, it's A Child's Christmas in Wales by Dylan Thomas. do basically exactly the same thing again. But add the grand labor of Kaye, an ascetic poet writing at the court of the Shadowless Kings. Kaye's verses are brief, obscure, and often dominated by images of violence. A star is a pinprick, but the sun is a wound. It's always possible to be deader, Kaye states. The watchman goes before, none but 7 may go after. Yet surely we are born to the glory as the sparks fly upwards. That's foresight. Of course it's foresight. Everything's foresight. Okay, we are moving this candle. I don't like how close it is to the books. I wanted to ask you, I don't remember if I asked before, what is your favorite skill description? Favorite skill description? Well, okay, a couple of contenders. First off, because I just want to get it out of the way right away. He. Valentine DeWolf. For weaving and not working. That's a really good one. Feats and feats of forgotten things, the Carapace Cross, the line of Antaeus, the world of a low red sun. Though much is taken, much abides. That one I just like. That one actually might be my favorite. I really like the phrase, though much is taken, much abides, and it's all the things I'm most interested in. The description of Crack Track is pretty darn good. The many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. The sea has always been the widest road is really good. And surgeries and exsanguinations itself. Surgery entails the flow of blood, and the flow of blood entails purification, but the door also opens the other way. And up there with pendiments and precursors, probably serpents and venoms. These are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door, because just the concept of snake long is very good. I also like the little ways of little machines. Oh, wait. Bleh. Daories Book 2. Thoughts on the Hooded Princes? Never really learned too much about them, but they are interesting. I really like them. Unfortunately, it's been a while since I played through the Priest DLC of Cultist Simulator, because I found that DLC kind of annoying to do. And I think that's like our biggest source of information on what's going on with the Hooded Princes. But broadly speaking, like, snake people are always going to be a big yes from me. And also, they are Indian, which is something that you might be able to tell I'm somewhat into from the fact that I named myself Ananta Shesha. Peel is cool. I like Peel. Very enigmatic, very polite, very much a strange one. In Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. This volume deals mostly with the hour called Lionsmith, the hour called the Tribune of Scars, and with their enmity. The Lionsmith makes monsters to defeat the Tribune, not Tribune, Tribune, but the Scars of the Tribune are each a weapon. Foresight and Hammer. It's always Foresight! Jesus Christ, I'm gonna need 3 damn shells for this! Sacre Lumiere 4. Watchman's Paradox is 3. Oh, right. Or no. God. More tea. That should be like 2 more. Then it would be Stanislav John Schaller. apart. Considering that books speak of things that have occurred, you would think that hindsight would be more common. Yeah. Setting it all back up. Okay. You've got cold pheasant and grape salad, king's love pie, Cornish honey cake. We need something for Coquille. So something, probably a side dish that is graily. Wait. Cold pheasant with grape salad already has a bit of grail. I can kind of just make whatever I want, huh? It's a little bit weird to have cold pheasant and grape salad, but we'll just say I made tons and tons of grape salad. You know what? Let's bring Zachary along. Let's be funny. What are my thoughts on the wolf? So it was really quite fun to figure out that the third small order of hours has actually been the one that we've known about the longest, that being the co-rivality, and that the wolf divided is an edge dyad to itself. Which is how you can have a group of 3 edge-themed hours when the rule is that edge hours come in pairs, which makes a third one, like, logically impossible, unless you either have something very complicated where you've actually got an edge triad, or if one of its members is just both halves of an edge dyad, which turns out to be what it was. Extremely funny dog, is what I'm saying. If I'm bringing Zachary along, then I'll need Blue Crown Tea. Fun and interesting how the wolf is implemented. For instance, is one of the things that new players who call this sim will see all too often. Oh, right! The wolf is related to Dread. I never actually considered that, but it makes sense. I know it referred to Dread as a wolf, but I didn't realize it was the wolf. This is the case with the Ascent of Knives, where the wolf resides, is the only corner of the Mantis that does not contain secret history lore. Oh, that's cool. Finally, we need Coquille. Platoon who knows the wolf life. I know the wolf shows up in a lot of places. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I forgot to actually do anything with the rain. Well, rain is partly Grail, so it very useful for driving members of the Suppression Bureau insane with the wolf word. Okay, we need 6 things. Okay. So in that case, Beguiling Melody. Debate of 7 Cups. Victory's Herbery. Satisfaction done. The honey for taste, hopefully. Parisham Portolan for gossip. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus the existing rain. Once again, we have Beguiling Melody, Instinct, Satisfaction, Gossip, and Taste. And Rain. The source, among other things, of Skinchuck mead when brewed with the great arts of Moth. Resurgences and Emergences with Sacre Lineae, Taste, Satisfaction, Gossip, A Beguiling Melody, Rain, and Impulse, along with Core. That is Resurgences Emergences 7. I'm back. Political discussions with coworkers about how revolutionary figures are killed to control their narrative. Funnily enough, the Path of the Wolf is the one that I follow most often in exile as a backup. Neat. Also, sorry about the political discussions with coworkers. I would not wish that on my worst enemy. Unless your coworkers are cool and you have fun political discussions. Nice. Revelation book. And Foresight book. You know the drill. Can't be the friend that's too woke, but this fits into conspiracy theories. Everyone has those. I say as a backup because I always try to collect that which could have not been. Nice. I think everything is ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This fragrant chalice tea is for Princess Coquille. We've got Blue Crown for Zachary. Matching cups of Second Flush Assam for the Moors. And some TRN limited drinking cocoa for Father Schaller. No, we're not doing Denzel this time. I've added Zachary Wakefield to our previous group of 4. No villager this time, this group of 5 people. Yeah. Hieroglyphics. Created purifications and exaltations. But yes, for the record, we are in fact feeding Zachary the mushroom meringue. All right, Shapt card. Zachary and Douglas reminisce about a case they both worked on years ago when they had to find a way to bind a Thryceros, which had somehow found its way into the Thames. Douglas recalls how the binding process first awakened his enthusiasm for knitting, and Zachary makes the necessary effort to fold his face into a smile. Oh, yeah. Also, yes, Shadow did miss us mapping the intercalate. Basically, we managed to work out possibly exactly what happened during the intercalate, or at least my theory, which is effectively the whole thing was a massive misdirect by the Forge and the Sun in order for the Sun to break into a bunch of pieces and ascend several of those pieces to ours themselves, so that one of those pieces, Sunset Celia, the person who was once the unwise mortal who became the Watchman, would separate from the Watchman and fuck off back to being mortal, and the Forge did the same thing with the Swan King, aka Mad King Ludwig II. So the two of them could go kiss in one of Ludwig's castles or some shit. And also that, yes, Sunset Celia is the Elagabalene, sister, or possibly is, but I doubt it, Lady Tryphon, and wrote The Sun Disfigured. Which, writing The Sun Disfigured is extremely funny, in retrospect, because that's like, oh yeah, no, totally, the sun is totally gonna have problems, and it's actually just a massive long con that they're running, and the entire point is so that they can avoid the issue of the crime of the sky by having both the Sun and the Forge splinter off pieces of them to become mortal so that they can go kiss. Sounds about right to me. Yep. Stanislav and Zachary discuss the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Zachary agrees that her techniques are potent against devourers, but he has become unwilling to use them since he began to fear that he himself might qualify as a devourer. Zachary and Arthur discuss a prophecy of the War of the Roads, in which the imperishable legions war with the leashed flame to apocalyptic effect. Arthur fears that the prophecy is not yet complete, that it refers to a coming war in Europe. Zachary agrees, but finds it difficult to articulate his reasons. He says the imperishable legions are not the Légion d'Issoul, but gesturing, ever gesturing, that they are yoked at the heart. And that's Ragged Crossroads. Let me just make sure I get this right then. The Sun and Rags is essentially the part that said, fine, I'll be the responsible one then, right? Oh, right! I forgot to mention, the Sun and Rags is Sunset Celia's dad. So, Sunset Celia is also known as Kaelia the Elagabalene. And the Elagabalene refers to the fact that she's the daughter of Emperor Elagabalus, who Julian Cosley thinks is an avatar or dupe of the Sun in Rags. Snecko study. On, it's a Faust card. Arthur and Zachary reminisce about London at night, how it has changed and how they have changed. Ragged Crossroads. Four card for Gaiety. Zachary and Coquille discuss the ways in... Zachary just is having conversations with everyone else here. Like, for a dude who is apparently completely emotionless and made of Nock and Winter, he's like the most social butterfly at this salon. I'll be completely honest, I didn't fully get that, but I know for certain that it will probably stick around. Sorry, what did you not get? I'm confused. Zachary and Coquille discuss the ways in which the Hours restrain and constrict their rivalries to prevent war in the Mansus. Zachary feels the restraints and constrictions are growing weak. Coquille seems titillated by the prospect, but Zachary moves his head from side to side in negation. The worms, he whispers. Trist. I swear to God, if it's another Zachary bit. Douglas turns to Coquille and shakes his head sadly. Warrant out for you. If you leave early, I'll give you a head start, but Sergeant Heaton's already picked up your driver at the Sweet Bones. You'll have to try the cliffs. He watches as Coquille's eyes widen, waits for the count of 3, and says with great satisfaction, "Oh, no, I was thinking of someone else." Oh. Automod hates words. Words were heard, connections were made, the concepts are kind of coming together, but not yet, not tonight. I can go back into detail in a moment, but I want to mention, after that, the two of them get on very well indeed. Oh my God, Douglas, you are incredibly funny. Like, literally, after last time, it's like, oh yeah, there's a warrant out for your arrest, by the way. I'll give you a head start, but your driver's already been picked up, so go jump off the cliffs in the back of the house. And then there's a pause, and then, oh, nah, never mind, I was thinking of someone else. You fucking got her, dude. That was good. Gil and Douglas are not friends. Not quite. Damn. Still didn't get a conversation with, between the Moors. Maybe I need to run salons with fewer people to get specific conversations. Lively salon, satisfaction. With just 2 people, you exhaust all dialogue between them. Yeah. Alright. Lots of quenchings and quellings and lots of ragged crossroads. This is good. I think these will probably get me, somewhere close to filling out preservation. One problem is, stone stories. Winter snack. But yeah, so let's see. Today's Mahiera needs that Great Signs and Great Scars lesson. Resurgences and Emergences can still use Sacre Lumiere. So yeah, I can easily get quenchings and quellings to 9. Really, the one thing left is that I literally just need one more lesson to get stone stories up to 6. And then we can go stone stories, Tridez Mahiera, Resurgences and Emergences, Quenchings and Quellings. I always thought of the Elagabalus Manacle being something of the Elegiast, but I likely missed where they were talking about Elagabalus. Yeah, so... Okay, the bit about the Elagabalus being the sun in rags... hold on a second. So the Elagabalus Manacle, is more likely related to Elagabalus than the Elegiast. And the whole bit with, the, with Illopoli. If you, oh, here it is. It should be traveling at night, too. There is Traveling at Night, Volume 2. Yeah, here it is. Quote, "There is an extensive discussion of the similarities between Illopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Illopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the Sun in Rags." So, you've got Elagabalus, right? And then you've got the Elagabalene, who is said to have been one of the two people who possibly wrote The Sun Disfigured. So, The Sun Disfigured, right, is... the author of the text calls themselves the Elagabalene, and she's identified as both Sunset Celia and Lady Tryphon. Now, we thought there might have been something with, like, Sunset Celia and Lady Tryphon being the same, but the problem is that doesn't make sense, because Lady Tryphon is a Long, and Sunset Celia effectively has to be immortal at multiple points during this, and cannot possibly still be a Long after everything that's happened. Basically, she has to start as a mortal and end as a mortal, and I'll explain why. So, how are... Oh, actually, Base, I just realized this myself. This is actually the evidence we've been looking for. Here's a question. How in the world is the Elagabalene both Lady Tryphon and Sunset Celia? Well, Elagabalene means daughter of Elagabalus, and if Sunset Celia and Lady Tryphon are sisters, then they're both daughters of Elagabalus, and thus they would both be Elagabalene. It just so happens that there's two Elagabalenes because Elagabalus had two kids. But yeah, so Sunset Celia. We had figured out that Sunset Celia is the unwise mortal. Specifically, the one who took the egg unhatching up to the glory and eventually became the Watchman. As well as the one who wrote the first history, that history being The Sun Disfigured, most likely, in Crack Track, the many-eyed one. So, that was all figured out in a previous stream. Then we have the Great Counterfeit, which is where, after we have everything set up between the Sun and the Forge, all the prophecy and shit about the intercalate. At this point, Sunset Celia has become a name of the Sun in Splendor. So has Emperor Elagabalus, who started out, I believe, as human, actually, but later becomes the Sun in Rags. So Illopoli had it backwards. It's not that Elagabalus was the Sun in Rags. It's that the Sun in Rags was Elagabalus. Either that, or Elagabalus was just always immortal. But I'm not certain about that one. But either way, at this point, Lady Tryphon is off doing Grail stuff. And the Sun and the Forge want to get together, But unfortunately, they're ours, so they can't. But what if they weren't ours? What if they transferred, whatever part of them was in love with each other into bits of themselves, names who could then go on to become mortal and have a life together. Because that's totally allowed. For the record, this is why Lady Tryphon and Sunset Celia cannot be the same person. Because it would be completely pointless to go all the way down from being the Sun and Splendor, but then just stop at Long, because Long also can't do romance, is the problem. But yeah, so they set up this whole thing, and they don't want to get in trouble for this. So it mentions, we actually got this out of Legaia, the Queen Unsated, that it's completely possible. It says, one tradition has it that Legaia took animal form so she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. That implies that you're allowed to do bullshit that's not allowed if you transition to a lower form first. Which is what the Sun and the Forge are doing. The Sun shaves off a bit of itself to be Sunset Celia, and it does it very spectacularly. It has the Forge shatter it, turning all of its names into hours. That's Elagabalus, the Sun in Rags, that's the Menascate, that's the Madrigad, that's, it creates the Wolf Divided, all of that bullshit that we know about the Intercalate. This is what Scale Manuscript sounds like, unearthed and linked. And in the middle of all this bullshit, nobody notices Sunset Celia has gone missing. Meanwhile, the Forge also broke off a little bit of itself, but again, everyone's distracted by the fact that the Sun just shattered into tiny little pieces. And then Sunset Celia and the Swan King, which is that piece of the Forge that fell off, who was apparently Mad King Ludwig II, because he, in real-life history, was known as the Swan King. They go off and have a happy life together. Presumably. Hopefully. Hopefully this was all for something, at least. And everyone else, the entire rest of reality, is left holding the bag for the Sun just deciding to break itself into pieces so it can run off with the Swan King. At least that's my theory. Of note, this means that the unwise mortal became Long, possibly for a moment when going into the glory, then became an hour and simultaneously a name, then split off from being that hour and that name to go back to being immortal. So her entire fucking thing went on a parabolic arc of mortality to immortality to mortality again. Alright, hold on. Got satisfaction. Yeah, it's a lot. Storm. That's 3 already. thing that just came to mind is that there are apparently a grand total of four knives in the house. So obviously there's the bronze knife. I actually can't think of any more. Where are the other knives? I mean, unless... I don't think that swords count. Oh, Hendrik de Vos' sword. Ah, long hunting knife, I see. And Sebastian's swords do count. I see. It's whether they have the thing. That's it, huh? Wait, are you telling me I could be cutting potatoes with Sebastian's swords? Damn. Okay. 7 for this one. And we've got clouds. So I actually only need 6. So that's gonna be... Hitling right. For 1. Ruin. Beckery's Herbery. That's 3. More honey. 4. Two more things. Gossip. I'm forgetting gossip. And I need either one more Grail or one more Moth. Oh! Occult Scrap. I've got it. Hi, welcome back. I've got everything set up to, Oh dear. Something happened with my stream? Nope, okay, it looks good. There's something weird on my end. Surprised you haven't gotten Eric Capian through the playthrough. I just haven't, yeah. Alright, after I finish up this day, I think I'm gonna stop, because it's almost been 7 hours, and I've got a couple other things I want to do tonight, but it's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for coming, everybody, and honestly, that's not just for today. I've really felt incredibly good and welcome at how much people have wanted to come hang out and watch me play this game and other things, the board games as well. It's been a wonderful experience really getting started on streaming. There are only 4 Numa visitors. That would be Cosley, Mopsy, Bancroft, and probably a 4th person. Rowena! Right, she can show up. One more thing I had wanted to do. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Okay. Might be going a little bit longer because there's something I want done. Resurgences and Merchants is at 8. Quenchings and Quellings is currently at 7, but I can bring it up to 9, most likely. 9, 8... Tridesma I can bring up to 7. So all I need is 1 Nectar or Scale lesson. Medusa's Lament would be perfect. But can I read it? Of course I can read it. I have an earthquake name. Meanwhile, okay. Quenching's Quelling 7. These are just gonna get harder. 1. Two. Yep, that was the plan. Three. Heart. 4. Five. Six. Seven. And then we can just do that again, but with throwing something into the ocean. Okay. Now. 3. Four. Okay, we have Victory's Herbery. That's Satisfaction. Exercises in the Continuity of the Self is Hindsight. Traveling at Night is Solace. Use our last whist, but that's fine. We can save a core. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 12 letters on consequence. That one's regret. Bittersweet certainty. Here we've got satisfaction. Then solace. Then hindsight. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more. Right, one of them was the Perugian Diaries for A Cheerful Ditty. And one of them was, of course, here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And renounce for 8. On the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. The first part of the poem describes the ambush of the Seven Coils by a warrior scarred all over by the traitor gods, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. The battle rages on until the Seven Coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A seven-titled goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle, but her seventh title is not to be revealed. Fear, Horns and Ivories. The Colonel seems like a goober. I suppose so. Here we go. Quenchings and Quellings, a skill that we did not have at the start of this session. I will remind you. Three, four, five, six, 7, 8. Quenchings and Quellings. And Core. There's always more to learn. What we have: Hindsight, a Storm, a cheerful little ditty, Regret, a bittersweet certainty, Satisfaction, Solace, and Loss. Quenchings and Quellings, level 9. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. So, Quenching and Quellings 9. Resurgences and Emergences 8. We need Tridesma Hiera at 7. And Stone Stories at 6. Want to make a mini skip? Not yet. I've got a different goal for today. But I'm just gonna finish up right here. We're only gonna need about 20 more seconds or so. Or, sorry, not 20 more seconds. 2 more minutes, I meant to say. I got that completely mixed up. What the hell am I talking about? Okay. So we need Fear. Let's reread Medusa's Lament. Singlefoot Songs. Shaven Lock Tantra. For some nectar. The Ratio Quercum. More nectar. Nectar. Scale. Scale. Nectar. And where else can I find nectar or scale? That should be good there. And then in preparation, I will also grab The humors of a gentleman. And Fekri's Herbery. New season. Okay, Stone Stories with Horns and Ivories. Use my health. Savage Hymn, Impulse, Fear, Earth Sign, and Hindsight. There we go. Ah, Dr. Aladim. The Alapine. Historian, doctor, and above all, traveler. The good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even Secretary Nunciant of Hush House for a little while, but he has never been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. Peace be with you. I ask entry to the house. Passage to Ys is forbidden, so thoroughly forbidden that even the laws against it are not generally known. But there are always exceptions. I imagine a librarian of the Watchman's Tree will understand, exceptions. Ys itself is a place of exceptions. I wonder if the answer lies in that, or in something closer to home. When Hendrik de Wolf was still a mercenary captain, his company was employed to patrol the bounds. I suspect that is why the king appointed him lord of this place. I would not say exactly that one can travel to Ys from Bran Krug, but I believe that Bran Krug would be a good place to begin that journey. Thank you, librarian. With big quenchings and quellings, you can win the game probably. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Do we know which library Aladim has not gone to? I don't know that we do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, the remaining ones are gonna be Salt, and a Contradiction. Quintria, and now we can add Aladim to our potential guests. Rue Bonaparte, Nice. Now, 3 days Mahiera. Salt, Contradiction, Clouds, Beguiling Melody, Gossip, and Satisfaction. The Great Signs and the Great Scars. And using my last Arab. Alrighty. Big moment. So first off, stone stories. The hours once called Flint and the Wheel are gone, but the blood of their name emanations was mingled with the blood of mortals, and from it sprang the line of Antaeus. Be careful. If enough Antaean blood is spilled, the Flint and the Wheel might wake. This is remembered in the Songs of Warning. Psh. The hours once called Flint and the Wheel are gone, but the blood of their name emanations was mingled with the blood of mortals, and from it sprang the line of Antaeus. As long as the Antaean line continues, the legacy of Flint and Wheel may endure. This, then, is preservation. Next up is 3 days Mahiera. Which could be the Bosque. The moth consumed the wheel, the grail consumed the tide, in the days of the forge the stars fled from every facet of Flint. What feast was the first? Those who walk the wood know that whichever was first, the grail's was greatest. What lit the wood in the days before its darkening? There was a light upon the earth long before glory came to the sky. Preserve the night, and the light might return. Grail and Moth. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the 7 Lygians, whose crime has set them outside the law. But the Lygians serve an hour of Grail and Moth. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are consumed, the law will be consumed with them. Bosque is the wisdom of change. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the 7 Lygians, whose crime has set them outside the law. And the Lygians serve an hour of Moth and Grail. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are renewed, the law will be renewed with them. Preservation is the wisdom of renewal. Could be in Hushery. Unwise words are dangerous. Mourn them, remember them, speak them not. This is Hushery. Let the flesh forget disease, let the smoke forget the flame, let the troubled mind forget its pain. Preservation. I mastered the wisdom of healing and restoration. I am now a full-on preservationist. You know what? Why don't we go for it? One more save. Not a manuscript. Something more. Although I might do a manuscript as well. We'll have to see. The Horned Journal. Core. Stone maxing Sneck-pilled Red Sun Enjoyer. Back into balance. Quenchings and Quellings. And Orpiment Exultant. Just make sure I'm doing the right thing here. I'm pretty sure I've got it. Yeah, I think I'll do this one for now. The Horned Axe bears 2 blades. Permits passage when passage is to be permitted, waits at the threshold. The Horned Axe, who forbids contradiction, is the oldest hour. Other hours might seem older. They are not older. I am the librarian of Hush House, and I have made my determination. If you're considering a heart history, the origin shell determination is relevant, or if you're considering a knock history, speech the wound is relevant. Huh. Am I missing something? What do I need to do now? Hold on. You just need to craft it a couple times. Okay. Chosen a beginning. Oh, so then I need to make Orpiment Exultant another... Okay. I'm actually gonna, in that case, let's, I thought I'd be able to easily do it tonight, but... Let's do that next time. I see how it works. Yeah, okay. So it's like you're slowly adding bits and pieces to your journal over time. Oh! I just saved, but you know what, sure. Let's see. I'll need a heart-based ink. Or a winter ink. One of those things. Ah. Perhibiate should work. Quenchings and Quellings Mystery Winter 18. I just like the idea of the librarian making an extremely comprehensive guide to entertain just about whatever fancy you wish to do in addition to your original pursuit. It is very cool. So yeah. There we go. Quenchings and Quellings. Having language manuscripts to revive dead languages. Oh shit, you can do that? That's neat. Alrighty. Let's see. I don't think there's anyone for me to raid this late at night. Well, thank you all so much for coming, everyone. It's been a wonderful year. Here's to the next one. If I don't stream again between Christmas and New Year's, I'll see you all on the other side. Have a good night, everybody.